Good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors. We are located at Oxford Preparatory Academy, South Orange County tonight. Our teleconference location will be at Oxford Preparatory Academy, Saddleback Valley, while 6 p.m. closed session and 7 p.m. open session. Public comment opportunities. Members of the public may make comments at regular meetings of the Board of Directors regarding closed session items, agendized items, and non-agendized items. Comments may be made in person or via Zoom teleconference. Please turn in a comment card to the Board Secretary, Michael DeLune. Requests for comments may also be submitted via electronic submission or email. Submissions must be received prior to the start of the applicable community input time. If members of the public wish to email comments to be read at the meeting, please email them to publiccomment@opaschools.org by 6 p.m. on February 20th, 2025. Public comments, including email comments, shall be limited to 3 minutes per comment with up to 20 minutes of public comment per topic or on the agenda. Board members cannot respond to public comment is given except to reference the matter to staff to resolve or place it in further board agenda for more substantive conversation and action. Under the Brown Act, public comment is a one-way conversation and cannot be acted upon by the board at this meeting. All comments are captured and will be followed up on. Reasonable accommodation. With at least 48 hours notice, any individual with a disability who requires reasonable accommodation to participate in the board of directors meeting may request assistance by contacting public comment at opaschools.org or 949-600-9050. The video and audio recordings of the meeting will be posted on the OPA website approximately 24 to 48 hours after the meeting. The public may attend the board meeting in person or via Zoom webinar, meeting ID 320-324-6235. We will start with the call to order. Meeting was called to order by board president at 6:02 p.m. Roll call vote. Member Travis is here. Dr. Smith.
Present.
Member DeLune.
Yes.
Member Freiler. Here. And Dr. Shaw. Wonderful. Next, the approval of the agenda for the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on February 20th, 2025. It is recommended that the Board of Directors approve the agenda for the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on February 20th, 2025. May I please have a motion? May I have a second?
Second.
All right. Dr. Smith. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? Any abstains? Hearings none, it will be moved. Next, community input on closed session agenda items. Members of the public may comment on items listed on the closed session agenda only. Speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. Board Secretary, are there any comments regarding the items listed under closed session?
There are none.
All right, thank you, Member DeLune. With that being said, we will be moving to closed session for discussion and possible action. We have several items, A through E, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, SNP exposure to litigation pursuant of subdivision 549 by 6.92 cases, conference of real property negotiation 549 by 6.8, public employee appointment dismissal, discipline dismissal release 549 by 7, conference with labor negotiation 549 by 7.6, agent designated representative Dr. Fricker, unrepresented employees, all administrative staff, all certified staff, all classified staff. And E, public employee performance evaluation, executive director 549 by 7, title is executive director. The meeting will be moved to closed session at 6:04 p.m. Good evening and welcome back to the open session of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors meeting for February 20th, 2025. The meeting is reconvened to open session at 7:11 p.m. There is no public report of action taken in closed session. Next, we will move to flag salute. Sure, all right. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Wonderful. Next is recognition. We have awards for this: Teacher of the Year, Classified Staff of the Year, OCDE School Counselor of the Year, and Parenting OC Managing Hero finalists. And with that, I'll turn over to Dr. Sterling. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Board of Directors, for having this recognition ceremony here tonight to honor some of the best and the brightest employees that we have here at OPA. We could not be more proud of all of you. We are so grateful to get to know your family, some of your friends who have gathered with you in celebration of this this wonderful reception that we're going to have in a little bit for you this evening. With that, I want to bring forward the three chancellors who are going to be introducing their honorees tonight. And then we will have pictures. We're going to have all of the honorees clustered. They'll be announced one by one. We'll have them wait up here. We'll cluster them. The board will come up. We'll have a photo with them. And then we'll go on to the next set of honorees. So then after that, we will have a small reception in the back just to get to know you a little bit. With that, I would like Adam to come on up and you can start introducing your honors.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. For those who don't know me, I am Adam Wright. I'm the Chancellor at SV, and I'm here to recognize Ms. Rachel Dow, who is an OG SVer. So Rachel came to us and opened our school from SOC. And if you ever want to know about SV and OPA and our traditions and our history, you go to Rachel Dow. And she will tell you, and because you better be ready to know, because she will tell you how it is and when you want. She is a force. As someone that came in new to the organization, she has been one of my biggest help to understand OPA. When I have a question about something, when I don't have a question about something, I have Rachel to give me the history. The best thing about her, not only of her knowledge of OPA, is her love for her kids, her students. Endless love, caring. She pushes them. She provides a rigorous classroom. I show my friends that are in education what our third graders are doing, and they are amazed at the progress and what they do in her classroom. She is so deserving of this award. Like I said, because she's not just a fantastic teacher, she's a fantastic leader on our campus, and obviously a fantastic mom to Ella, and soon to be, and Ella is now a big sister, so Rachel will be having her second in the fall, so we will miss her in the fall, but we know she will keep texting and contacting us. She can't stay away. So we look forward to meeting baby Mason at some point. So Rachel, Dow.
It is my privilege to recognize someone who plays a vital role in supporting the well-being and success of our students, our wonderful school psychologist, Natalie Cernan-Bates. The past 9 years, Natalie has gone above and beyond in supporting our students and working closely with staff. As an integral member of our special ed team, also known as Scholar Academy, she has continually collaborated with teachers and parents to develop strategies that empower our students and IEPs to thrive. Natalie's deep empathy and keen insight has made a lasting impact on our school and community, and her contributions to SOC are truly invaluable. She plays a key role in our MTSS team. She's always willing to offer guidance and support to both new and experienced staff members, and she's driven to assist with ensuring all our champions are given the best chance to succeed. Natalie, we are incredibly grateful for you, your unwavering dedication. Thank you for being such a crucial and cherished member of our school community. And again, we are lucky to have you. Congratulations.
Great, good evening, everyone. I am very honored to be here to celebrate Mr. Jeremiah Chandler, also a legacy member of OPA, someone who actually helped me learn all of the OPA ways, and his style of teaching is just so engaging and dynamic. It just shows his commitment to student achievement every day. As a founding teacher of OPA Middle School, his passion and strong relationships with students has been integral to our school's success. Beyond the classroom, he serves as our ASB activity director, fostering a spirit of school spirit, civic mindedness, and just such a community within our school. He really brings all of our students and staff together and just works tirelessly to make sure that we are honoring OPA traditions and also creating new middle school traditions. He has definitely made civic learning a cornerstone of our OPA Middle Schools program, and it led us to 85% of our 8th graders earning the prestigious Pathway to Civic Learning Award from OCDE last year. So thank you, Jeremiah, for all of your hard work, your commitment, your tireless hours, the thoughts that are going on 24/7 to help us make OPA Middle School even better. I do appreciate all your commitment and your unwavering dedication to our students and staff. So congratulations. Carly brightens my day every day with my husband. And the board should come up. Oh, the board should consider. Thank you. Yay. More important to me. You're more important.
All right, so it is my pleasure to go round two with this with our classified employees of the year, and starting with my right hand, my left ankle, like Kristen Rydell is amazing. So let's give a hand for Kristen. Before Kristen was our office manager at SV, she was a substitute and a long-term sub in kinder. So she knows what the teachers go through on a day-to-day basis, which I think just adds to her ability to create an amazing environment in the office. I've always said that, you know, as the principal, if I'm not there, school still runs, right? No, kids may not notice that I'm not standing in my usual spot. If the teachers aren't there, the kids notice, right? We have a sub in there and they're doing stuff. But if the office ladies aren't there for a day, we grind to a halt. And that is the sort of leadership in the office that Kristen brings. You know, if she's not there, we grind to a halt. She knows everything. She does everything. She has set the tone for all that we do. She's intelligent. She's hilarious. She's organized. She tells me when we need to do something. She is, like I said, my right hand, and I don't know what I would do without her. So she is most deserving of this. So thank you, Kristen. She also loves attention, so this is
Honored to continue to recognize our next recipient. This person wholeheartedly has dedicated herself to success of our multilingual students. Petra Pizarro Vilmos, our multilingual instructional assistant here at SOC. With an impressive 25 years in education, including 5 years in Europe, Petra has been a center of our SOC community for the past 4 years. From a young age, she was fascinated by learning new languages and immersing herself in different cultures. And today at SOC, she's proud to contribute to learn and continue to grow in our diverse community. Petra's remarkable ability to bridge language gaps has been invaluable in helping our students to grow and succeed and thrive in the classroom, while also simultaneously building their language skills and boosting their confidence. At SOC, our multilingual learners represent over 22 different languages, and Petra, who speaks 4 languages herself, takes great pride in supporting them. She finds immense joy in hearing our newcomers speak their first sentence in English, with her personal motto being be the best reason someone smiles today, which perfectly captures her warmth and her personality and her positivity that she brings to work each day. Petra goes above and beyond in her role, checking on students even after they've moved on, with the trusting relationships that she builds with each and every student she works with. Petra, thank you for being such a positive and supportive role model at SOC and for your ongoing dedication to our students and our community.
All right. So Miss Ann Jeanette McAlexander, we are so sorry I had to do that because she goes by AJ, but we love her full name, and I just had to say it all out loud just to celebrate the spirit tonight. So AJ really is part of the heart and soul of OPA. She helped open Middle School. She is OPA-tastic. She is all things OPA, as you can see by her outfit tonight. She just really makes staff and students feel just welcomed and excited to be at school every day from the minute they arrive to the minute they leave. Her dedication to supervising just makes us feel safe. Again, just supports everyone on campus. Just walking around at lunch, she's there to encourage you, check on your dress code, remind us like all the OPA ways. But again, it's just such a caring environment that she creates on campus. Last year, we had some pretty challenging office situations in our front office, and we were all trying to figure out just day to day how to survive. And AJ stepped up like a champion. She really stepped up into an office manager role, a registrar's role. She left me notes of affirmation every day to make sure I kept showing up with that smile on my face. So thank you so much, AJ. Again, just her cheerful demeanor and her loving heart and just the joy she brings to work every day just really makes OPA what it is. So thank you so much and congratulations.
order that way. You can come closer. One more. Oh, yeah.
Well, I have the privilege of awarding Ms. Gideon the Service Excellence Award. This award recognizes a staff member who provides excellent service in all 3 of the OPA schools. Ms. Gideon has been with OPA since August of 2019 and currently serves as a multilingual learner coordinator serving all 3 campuses. At our middle school, she co-teaches the middle school designated ELD classes, and this year she's also served as the most infamous interim dean at the South Orange County campus. The city brings her care and dedication, not just to her multilingual learners, but to all the champions and most importantly, all of our staff. You really are the heartbeat of our organization. She is quick to lend a hand, offer guidance and compassion to those in need of support. Her wealth of experience shows her ability to stay calm under pressure and avoid any sort of mishap that could happen throughout the day. Gideon's significant impact on our champions' learning and success is seen each and every year as we reclassify many multilingual learners annually. We are grateful for her leadership and her willingness to share her expertise for the benefit of the entire OPA community. Congratulations.
Yes.
Wait, still more.
It is once again my pleasure to recognize someone who has truly made a remarkable impact on our SOC community. Alicia Shipp, our school counselor. Alicia has dedicated 25 years to education, and though this is only her 2nd year at SOC, she has already become an invaluable member of our team. She reports that she loves working at SOC, embracing rich traditions while also contributing to creating new ones that continue to shape our campus's culture. Whether it's providing one-on-one support, facilitating small group sessions, or working with the entire classroom, Alicia's dedication to students shines through in everything that she does. Her lunch bunch groups and whole school rotations focusing on empathy, gratitude, and kindness have been huge hits, helping our students grow emotionally and socially. Professionally, Alicia is also committed to continuing her own growth and is currently working towards completing her master's degree in individual counseling. She is always there to listen, offer advice, and guidance with patience, professionalism, and strength. Her warmth and approachable nature makes students feel comfortable and supported, and the emotional barriers they might face are instantly broken down. Some say that Alicia is truly sunshine in a bottle. Her presence lights up our school, and you can't help but feel better about your day when you see her. Her empathy, wisdom, and unwavering commitment to everyone she encounters are the foundation of the support she provides daily. Alicia, thank you for everything you do. Your dedication and positive influence are deeply appreciated, and we are so fortunate to have you as our school counselor.
Julie's got it now. She's like, hell yeah.
Or you have to come backward.
Look. All right, I have a very special pleasure to recognize two more of my very amazing teachers today. First of all, I'm gonna give Mr. T, Vanessa, Sean, we're all here sending you hugs in spirit. So I had two teachers that were recognized by Parenting OC magazine, and Mr. T. Ceballos was recognized not only as a finalist in the top teacher heroes of OC, but in the top 25 of all of Orange County as one of our most amazing professors in Orange County. Mr. T has 13 years of experience in music education for our TK through 8 students. He is a passionate educator who just transforms lives through his music. Beyond his classroom, if you weren't aware, he partners with Save the Music Foundation, which leads professional development workshops and advocates for grants to support music programs all across Orange County and the state of California. His dedication is absolutely evident in the amazing middle school program he has built. He has developed not only an amazing music program, but our marching band program, which not only has performed in multiple parades in Orange County, but got to perform at Angel Stadium last year. So recognized for his impact again, we congratulate you for being named one of the top 25 educators and school heroes in Orange County. Congratulations, Mr. T. So congratulations, we're so glad you're here with us this evening. I also get to, once again, recognize, help me out, Jonathan. Wait for it. Ms. Anjanette McAlexander, one more time. Also named one of our finalists in Parenting OC Magazine's Top School Heroes, but not only that, she was named one of our top 10 school heroes in all of Orange County. Again, she has just been such an integral part of building OPA Middle School's school culture and our community, upholding our school traditions, and just fostering such a vibrant energy in our school. She is definitely a champion of school spirit. She connects with students and staff, knows pretty much 99% of every student's name, their sibling's name, their parents' name, their phone number, their email. She just makes everyone feel so valued and seen. So again, congratulations to being named the top 10 school employee heroes in Orange County. It is just a testament to your lasting legacy in the OPA community. We love you. Okay.
Open it up.
And that concludes our recognition ceremony.
Thank you, Dr. Berger. Well, I'd like to just add my sincerest thank you and congratulations to all of our amazing teachers, our staff. I'm so excited to see that all the wonderful people be recognized tonight. And And, we're excited to have a reception coming up, but before then, we will go ahead and see if any board members would like to offer their congrats or anything else regarding these.
Nothing to you.
Thank you all for all your hard work. OPA wouldn't be where we are without all of you.
With that, we will move to a reception and take a 10-minute recess before we continue. Congratulations to all the attendees, and thank you again for all your hard work. Thank you and welcome back to open session. Next is items for presentation and discussion. A is State of OPA, Dr. Kirker, Executive Director.
Thank you very much, distinguished members of the board of directors. Tonight is a unique opportunity just to take a mid-year check-in of all of the things that we have been working on here at OPA. We call it the State of OPA. Several of our central office departments and our school site chancellors will be presenting on the various areas that they oversee. We go to the first slide. You will see that all of us will run through various parts of the organization. I will start off with something that you've seen before is our strategic planning cycle. And in the top left corner, you'll see under the July and September time frame, this is really when we do an annual needs assessment. We really want that voice of everybody across the organization to weigh in and let us know like what's going well across the organization and then what needs a little bit of enhancement. And so we call that our annual needs assessment, and that's really that time to see where everybody is across the organization and how they experience everything that we do and what we can do better. If we move over to the top right corner, that's really our problem solving and proposal process we put together. A process where we can gather all information, everything that is innovative and wants to keep OPA on that forefront of academic excellence and innovation. This is where those ideas come forth. We want to put together all of those components, that total cost of ownership that goes along with that, which I'll get to in the next slide, in order to inform the board and make good decisions on what we would be moving forward in the organization and why. If we go down to the bottom right, this is really where we get strategic planning and the approval process. This happens January through March. So all of those proposals that come forth, we gather all that information. This is when we bring it to you, the board of directors, for your consideration on what we would want to add to the strategic plan moving forward. And that strategic plan is a 3-year plan where we pace that change out or through the organization. This is also a time when we have moved up our lottery, which is a couple slides further, but we moved up the lottery and enrollment situation or programs so that they align with that strategic decision making. We also have like the governor's budget at this time, so we get the enrollment numbers. We look at the governor's budget, which is our proposed budget for the following year, and then the board can take this time to assess any salary or wage increase for the entire organization. So all of these things are now working in alignment with one another in this cycle. And then finally, if we look at the lower left corner, this is where we put it all together. We build the budget, we build our LCAP, which is our local accountability plan, and we also submit anything that we need for state and federal reporting. This is just that proposal cycle that I mentioned before, and you can see it starts off with really innovative ideas, a lot of them generated from our chancellors or our professors, various individuals who want to see things moving forward. We take the time to really build out the total cost of ownership of that intended project and make sure that it goes through a series of approvals prior to coming to you for the final approval. This is what our needs assessment looked like in the fall. We did take a survey of all of our staff, school site staff, and then central office staff. We also talked to honor societies and other various stakeholders so that we had a well-rounded view of what OPA would want or need in the coming years ahead or looking ahead. And then from that needs assessment, we did get some themes that evolved that we wanted to just capture here. A curriculum review is something that we wanted to make sure that we stay on pace with. Curriculum is a time frame. It's set by the state of California, and there are certain timeframes for which the curriculum is adopted. Some are 8-year cycles, some are 5-year cycles. And we want to make sure that if those cycles are at their end, that we do curriculum adoption processes to keep them current. We also wanted to make sure that we looked into intervention programs and really looked at building that out. That was an initiative that we are starting this year. Obviously will not be done this year, but will be in the following year to come. And we want to hopefully build out an intervention program that really targets the needs of our students and the skill deficits that we do see in the data and the assessment. Inventory spreadsheets and documentation. Documentation is something that we have made a poignant point this year to look through and align, and also create inventories and spreadsheets so that we can effectively analyze the current curriculum, non-fixed or non-instructional materials, non-fixed assets, licensing, and making sure that what we are spending and what we are putting our money behind is really important and worthy of the organization, and that we do get that rate of return from that investment. But not only that, but that there is no waste involved. So we don't want to over order. We want to make sure that whatever we do is fiscally prudent, and that adds to the bottom line of the budget. So I just want to thank Mr. Laurel for looking after that for us, and then making sure that we're building these inventories and spreadsheets this year. So they will be concluded at the end of the year. And the final theme that came from the needs assessment was just ongoing professional development and inclusive strategies. So this year in the November and in the upcoming professional development in February 28th, that is going to be reflective of the needs of our staff. And we're actually working on multi-tiered systems of support. And that first level of tier 1 support will be coming in February. So that came as a direct reflection of the needs assessment from the fall. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Locke.
Good evening, board of directors and the OPA community. I'm going to talk about some glows and some growths for us as an organization that I've seen so far in my tenure since July 2024. Some things I'd like to touch on as a glow and a grow are procurement procedures. For our fiscal policy have improved. Some of the feedback that we've had in our finance audit committee, our credit card utilization has really shrunk as we've been funneling most of our purchases, if not all of our purchases, through proper procurement procedures through our fiscal policy, as in they're starting as a requisition at a school site, rolling forward through approvers based on dollar amount, and then creating a PO so we encumber those funds. It's been vitally important for us to add and track our purchase orders via encumbrances. For those that don't know, what a purchase order does is it encumbrances and commits budgeted funds, allowing our administration to chancellors as well as myself in this office to have better budgetary controls over our budgets, right? So that way we're mitigating overspending, we're tightening down on how much we're budgeting in the following year, and just having better optics and transparency for all stakeholders. Like I said, through January, our credit card utilization has decreased significantly. I know it was a big problem last year in starting of the middle school when we're trying to rapid fire purchases off, being able to shift those purchases off to our purchasing procurement procedures. It's been a great benefit to us. Overall, like our procurement process is a way to ensure efficiency as well as effectiveness in the separation of duties, right? There's a multi-step approval process from initiation to payment. From the initiator of the PO, they're not the payment processor, right? So there's always checks and balances as we move through the procedure, right? Next up, child nutrition program. Coming in July and starting to close the books on fiscal year 23-24. It was a big glaring hole that we've seen that the food services, our food services program ran a deficit of about $114,000 last year. Okay, this isn't something that's pertinent just to OPA. All up and down the state, food services programs at local education agencies run very thin margins. It is a revenue generator for OPA. We do get reimbursed for meals claimed, breakfast and lunch. So it's vitally important that we have participation that's high. Some of the participation numbers from last year, middle school's participation for breakfast was 5.27%. In this current year, we've actually more than doubled our breakfast participation at middle school. We went from 5.27% to 12.62%. Similarly with SV, we had a 9.73% participation rate for breakfast, and this year we're happy to announce that we have a 14.83% jump in participation. Similarly with SOC, we had a 10% participation rate in our food services program, and this year through December we've been participation has been 22.55%. Same thing with lunch. We've seen some improvement at middle school of 1%. SV has gone up 3%, and SOC has gone up another almost 6%. So as participation goes up, we have more revenue and it cuts down our deficit, right? So when we have a deficit in the food services program, what that does is it eats into the budget of other programs. So that can go from our special ed or Scholar Academy programs. This can eat into all of our other general funded, unrestricted general funded programs. And so it's vitally important that we shore up this program. Although it was, as an update for the board, we are still projecting to have a deficit in the program. We haven't grown participation to grow the deficit away. However, our rough estimation is about $65,000. We've been working diligently with Ms. Young, who's our accounting specialist, to report in to get commodities through USDA Foods, as well as the Department of Defense. These are big brown box packages that get sent to our food service management company, which they utilize those savings through the government or subsidies to pass down those cost savings to us. So we're expecting to see that $65,000 deficit shrink a little bit more, but just to be conservative, that's kind of where we're at. I am very proud of our program being able to not only last year go out and do an RFP to get a better food service management contractor or food supplier to have better offerings for our students. We know that food services food in general plays a vital part in child's development as well as attention in class. And we try our best to ensure that in our menu design that we're picking the items that are the most popular, right? Then again, some of the things we're facing are contractor costs. Our food costs are high. We did have a small full-time employee increase at SOC because we've been doing about 250 lunches a day, which is a lot for one person. And our margins are pretty thin. So I'm proud of the growth we made, but there still is some room for improvement. So we're going to continue to try our best to continue to shrink that down, that deficit. So facilities updates. As you guys are well aware, heavy rains expose leaky roofs, right? We did have a couple of leaky roof situations at SV as well as the middle school. We have been able to mitigate those leaky roofs and pictures I'll show later. We're still working on the portable. Other things that we've done, SV side is we've installed a gate between the new portables that were placed. That presents a blind spot due to supervision not being, nobody's always there to see who's between the portables. So adding in those gates and creating some outdoor storage for our school site, as well as providing a way to assist the chancellor and other members of SB and supervision of our students has been a great benefit. Some of the other mishaps or things we've been trying to mitigate is with the rain. The fire alarm system here at SOC has exposed some of the wires that have been kind of chewed up. They've been shorting out and causing problems with our fire alarm system. So we've had the fire department unfortunately come here multiple times, thinking that there's an emergency when there's not. So they've been Capistrano Unified School District has done a great job in sending contractors out to help mitigate those problems. And in fact, they should be also here tomorrow to help pull some wire through it, fix some of those shorts out. Another thing to talk about is, we are adjacent at this campus to a public park. We've had some problems with members of the community either trying to access the park and through different times of the day. We always try to have a proper access control, so we always know who's on our campus at all times of the day. So we've been working closely with members of the community as well as our school resource officers as well as Capistrano Unified School District and the city of Mission Viejo, to finding ways how we can tighten down security at the campus as well as not impede on the public's access to the park as well. So here's some great pictures of the roof repair over the kinder classes at SV. We'll see, we're hopefully getting through the rainy season. We'll see how well it holds up. But yeah, with these roofs being flat, it doesn't do us any favors in water pooling, right? Here's the gate that we placed in between SV, the new portables that creates new outdoor storage. And some of the wiring that's been chewed up, very right, by either rodents or something.
Kids.
So,
It's not yours though, right, Amy? Of course not.
So, yeah, so facilities, this isn't something that's just here at OPA, all up and down the state, facilities are aging and, yeah, always a major cause for us of concern, as well as the cost for renovating at a big scale and modernizing is very expensive. So, we're doing our best to try to mitigate as much as we can, and really, insulate ourselves from any disruptions to learning. All right, I'm gonna now pass it off to Kate.
Yeah. All right, good evening. Thank you for having me. So let's see. Hopefully you can see that maybe on your laptops there. But I wanted to start this evening by taking a minute just to share the enrollment marketing funnel for those of you who are not familiar with it. I've been here a year and a half, and so I'm not sure if this has been talked about prior to my arrival, but each section of this graphic represents a stage in the journey that our prospective families take with us from the point of them becoming aware of who we are to becoming a loyal OPA family member. So pretty much every activity that we do, or at least every activity that I do in my role with marketing, is about one of these, that fits into one of these categories, and it's very specific and targeted to activities that move our families, our prospective families, through this continuum from knowing about OPA all the way to being a loyal student. So I'm not going to go through them all, but I did list out some of those activities on there for you if you're interested. And I just wanted to show this as a way of giving you a big picture, kind of overall of how we go about moving students, how we go about finding families and moving them through and enrolling them. So I will, in the interest of time, not go through it though. But I did want to talk about a shift that we made this year in our approach. So historically, from a marketing perspective, we are very general in nature with one approach across all schools and all grade levels. And we still did that this year with some of our marketing. But this year, we also added a parallel campaign for just the middle school. So for this group, we wanted to use middle school photos and middle school language to make ads more age appropriate and also create independent collateral that showcases things that are very specific to the middle school and things that are more interesting and compelling to middle school families looking for somewhere to enroll their students or their children. And I did bring some of them with me, so I will pass those out to you guys if you're interested in looking at them. But the most basic goal here was simply to create awareness to non-OPA community members that a standalone middle school exists at Oxford Preparatory Academy. So what you see on the slides are 3 different paid ads that we ran at different times. It started on December 20th, and this particular campaign will run all the way through February 28th, which is the end of open enrollment. And the good news is that we saw some really great engagement numbers with all 3 of these paid advertisements across 3 different platforms. But the true indicator of whether or not they're working would be if we had attendance at our parent information meetings and if we actually saw an increase in student enrollment applications. So if you happen to attend the middle school PIM, you will know that we had an absolutely packed house, which we did not last year. So we're very happy with that. And at least half of those attendees, if not more, are new families that were interested in coming and learning about OPA. And we're still in open enrollment, so I can't speak definitively to the applications, but what I can tell you is that we are trending significantly higher for new families coming into OPA for 6th grade than we have in the past. So we feel very confident about that, and I will certainly give you more information on that once we close open enrollment. Okay, so moving on to communications. As a whole, OPA as an organization communicates with our community in a lot of ways, but tonight I'm just going to talk about the 3 primary ways that I communicate, which is newsletters, social media, and our website. So our primary newsletter is Teal Talk. Comes out once a month. It came out this morning, so if you checked your emails, you should have received it. This year, this academic year, we also added Board Brief as a newsletter, which summarizes the activity of the Board of Directors so that our community is aware of the work that you're doing. And then we are soon going to be adding adventures in academics. That is still in development. It should launch sometime this summer before the school year starts. And it's where we're going to highlight different school programs and academic activities that support our champions' scholarly success. So be on the lookout for that. I maintain activity on 3 social media platforms. Each school site has a Facebook and an Instagram page that I manage. And this year we also added a YouTube channel, and that's where we house many different videos that our staff and students make. If you have not visited our YouTube channel, I would encourage you to visit it, and I think that you would really like some of those very fun videos that our teachers are making. And then of course our website, which is where we tell our story of OPA. Right, this is who we are. We talk about what we represent and how we accomplish what we do as a school. It's also considered our source of truth, since this is where we have our mission and values, our bylaws and policies, and all the vital information for both prospective and current OPA families. So this year I've added content about the different OPA traditions, information about our classroom activities, such as classroom transformations, using thinking maps, and crowd favorites, such as the Living Museum, my personal favorite. And it's all to communicate the story of OPA, our culture, and why so many families choose OPA as their school of choice. So the website is fairly static in nature, but it is also a continuously developed as we add content and tell the story of OPA. So for the numbers, people out there, and I know you're all out there, I just wanted to provide some high-level information about our reach with each of these communications. So the January Teal Talk had 4,539 views.
Wow.
We do send this through Parent Square, and it lands directly in parents' email boxes. So we know that we're always going to have a decent number of views. But what this number also tells us is that people go back and they view it multiple times, which is a positive sign, as it also indicates that the viewer is finding the content valuable. The image that you see there of that map shows the different places around the world where the January issue was opened and viewed. And I just find that kind of fun because it shows our diverse community and all the locations where our families were visiting when they chose to open that January issue. We also have a good following on social media, and I've shown specifically SOC highlights just because I could talk for hours and hours about stuff with our social media. But in the last 28 days, they have had 1,406 views of their Facebook content. So that would be all of their content on Facebook. Wow. And Facebook is definitely the lesser followed of the 2 platforms, where we had 7,300 views of our Instagram content. And more importantly, for the marketing-minded folks, is 30% of those views came from non-followers. So they're non-OPA followers of our account. And I have only started to kind of dig into that, but I will say that I feel confident in telling you it's a reflection of our social media paid advertising over the last few weeks. So those are our marketing dollars hard at work. And then lastly is our website. So we use Google Analytics to monitor the traffic flows across all of our sites and what visitors are looking at. So it obviously varies by site and by time of year where they land. So trends on the main site also typically are going to look different than trends on the school sites. But in the main site, that's what I put up there. Since January 1st, our top pages have been the admission page, not a surprise, seeing we're in open enrollment, the school calendar page, people want to know when they have the days off, and our nutrition services page, so they want to know what's for lunch. And then in the box down there is just an alert that I received from Google Analytics recently about an anomaly in our website traffic. So on January 27th, Google had anticipated that we would have 134 active users, but we actually had 471, which is a 251% increase. And I just wanted to show you that because sometimes we know more than Google, because that was the first day of our open enrollment. So Google may have been surprised that we had more visitors, but obviously we were not. All right, and then lastly, talk a little bit about outreach. We are still in the early stages of outreach and what that looks like for OPA. But in general, it is split into 2 areas. So there's the community at large outreach, and then there's parent outreach. So the picture on the left there is the last year's Arbor Day with the city of Mission Viejo, where we had over 100 of our families, individuals, participate in going out and planting trees on that hillside in their OPA shirts. It was fantastic. And we'll be doing that again this year. I just submitted paperwork to host a table at the expo. So we'll have a table, and then we'll advertise to our families, and hopefully also have a lot of participation with them coming out again to plant even more trees. We've also partnered with the City of Lake Forest and their Workforce Development Department. And just today, some of our middle school business enterprise CTE students were able to take advantage of that partnership and participate in a job fair and a youth career services program. So like I mentioned, we're still in the early stages of outreach, but this is something I'm constantly thinking about and working towards. So yeah, expect to hear more about this in the future. And then lastly, we did bring back the parent engagement nights this year. So we kicked off the year with parenting in the digital age, where we brought in a speaker to talk about cybersecurity and how parents can supervise their children on social media sites effectively. So that was followed up by 3 virtual parent education events written and hosted by our school counselors. So they put together 3 events addressing the needs and interests of our parent community based on their interactions with parents, and then combining that with their field of expertise. So a huge thank you and a shout out to our school counselors for doing all of that work. Our parents enjoyed it. We had over 50 participants on the last one that we had. We have 1 more scheduled for this year, and then we will repeat the cycle again next year and hopefully have even more parent engagement or education type nights. So that is it for me. Over to Cass.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me here. I'll talk to you about human resources. It's a vast field. There are so many things to talk about, but I'll focus only on a couple of things today, just to share with you. First, I wanted to share with you an initiative that is kind of unique to this year for OPA as an organization. We are currently going through a classification study, and this is the project that is primarily led by Dr. Lewis. He is assisting us with this, so but we work collaboratively with many members of our community, administrators, supervisors of the various staff, and obviously with myself as well. So as I said, OPA is currently undergoing a comprehensive revision of all job descriptions across the organization to standardize them and ensure that they reflect evolving demands of each of the positions. The process outline as it shows on the slide, we first step is to review the job descriptions, kind of standardize them, make sure the flow is the same, sections are the same, names are the same, and all the old language that does not apply, and substitute it with a newer language that is more accurate and current. The next step would be for supervisors to review all the job descriptions. We have chancellors, we have deans, we have various coordinators, so facilities, IT, physical department. Everybody is involved in this process, having that review of the first kind of review of the job descriptions. And then the final step is the final review by the executive leadership to finalize it before we present it all to you for final approval. Next, I wanted to kind of share with you our evaluation process. How does evaluation happen here at Oxford Preparatory Academy? The evaluation process was reviewed or revised and improved in 23-24 school year. All of the chancellors were part of the team, chancellors and other staff were part of that kind of small focus group type of thing or review committee. And we all worked together to bring up our forms and processes up to date. And we're following this process this year as well, and we'll continue, and with any changes, we'll modify the process as needed. As you all know, we have classified and certificated staff. Certificated staff has a little bit more elaborative evaluation process. Certificated staff majority is teachers. And so each certificated staff member goes through the formal observation cycle every other year. All new hires get evaluated that first year, and then following, they get evaluated every other year. those teachers and certificated staff who are not on evaluation cycle, they still get an opportunity to meet with their evaluator, whether it's a dean or a chancellor. They meet at the beginning of the year to set up the goals, and then they meet at the end of the year to kind of go through those goals and get a final summative evaluation. Everybody needs the feedback. We all want to know what are we doing? Are we doing good? Do we have rooms for improvement and things like that? So it's a very valuable process for the organization and for the staff to feel valued and appreciated, and also get that feedback how they can improve. The major steps, I'm going to kind of go through them. First, as I said, it's goal setting meeting that happens at the beginning of the school year. Then teachers and certificated staff have 2 formal observations. First happens during October-November timeframe, and second during December-February timeframe. And then final or summary evaluation meeting happens closer to March 15th timeline. And then also classified staff gets evaluated. However, they don't have such a elaborated process as I mentioned. They're monitored through the year. If there are any issues with performance, with attendance, with anything that comes up, evaluator meets with them on as needed basis, and then they have a final meeting or evaluation meeting at the end of the school year. And then final topic I wanted to kind of bring to your attention is our reemployment process. And by reemployment, I mean that process when we bring, we have 1-year contracts, right, for employment. So for upcoming school year, that process I wanted to share with you. It starts sometimes at this time of the year. We send out a notification of intent to return to staff. It's a form, it's a Google form that goes out to staff, basically asking them, are you planning to come back next year? Or are you planning on retiring? Or are you planning on moving somewhere and not planning on coming back? And if you are planning on coming back, what are your preferences, school side, grade level, things like that, right? We're giving them an opportunity to express their wishes, their desires, their plans for the future. Second step, after we receive all those returns to return back, we sit down, we get together, we sit down, we start planning for upcoming year. We look at performance, we look at the evaluations, we look at our staffing needs, at our budgets, at our student enrollment and things like that. And then we finalize or tentatively finalize our needs for upcoming school year, and then we issue letters of reasonable assurance to those staff who qualify for next year. In the final stages, it's issuing of addendum to employment agreement. When employee gets hired, they have an employment agreement, but we don't issue employment agreements every year. We do addendums, which means it's modification to your salary schedule, if there's a change in your position and things like that. So that will be reflected in that addendum, and that happens the final stages of this employment process, and it's closer to the end of the school year. So those are the 3 topics I wanted to bring to your attention for the state of OPA. As I said, there's a lot of things in HR. I'm not going to bore you with all of those, but I thought those 3 topics are pretty significant for your attention. And with that, I will pass it on to Jonathan. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jonathan. I'm the IT coordinator here for OPA. And I'd like to discuss a few things about our IT department here at OPA. To begin, I'd like to disclose that I will be providing limited information through these slides just for security measures, and anything you'd like to know afterwards and offline I can disclose. Okay. OPA is currently undergoing a full system evaluation for cybersecurity. Okay, we're developing a cybersecurity program with OPA. Now there's different sections in the cybersecurity program. One of them is an incident response plan. Now an incident response plan outlines how the organization will respond to a security incident. Now I have some data that I pulled from Norton. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Norton. It's a software, digital security software, right? They reported in the year of 2020, there was 1 million malware threats in the year of 2020, right? 143 million Americans were victims of this cybercrime, right? So this is all reporting by Norton, right? And this just is in the year of 2020. Now on a daily basis, technology advances and we need to adjust. and secure our organization, especially with our student data, right? That's, our main key student data, and then also, staff and employee data as well. Now, another point in our cybersecurity program is also vulnerability scanning services, having that on a routine. Okay, essentially what this is identify vulnerabilities in our network and make recommendations to reduce or remove risk, right? Essentially, we'll be going through a process, whether it be through our infrastructure, whether it be our department, wherever it is, identifying those vulnerabilities, and working with local agencies to make this happen. Our next point for the cybersecurity program is outsource for assessments on our network infrastructure. So as I previously mentioned, our infrastructure is one of the main components for our IT department. So we're going through different performance goals from agencies like Homeland Security is one of the assessments that we did. And this provides us a list of goals where we need to prioritize, right? And really focus on and what impacts us more, whether it be in our department, whether it be to our infrastructure, and we can come up with that list. And now some of these are at no cost, and some of them are to very low cost, right? Now, you might ask, well, how is this at no cost, right? Well, some of these agencies for government and then like schools like us, right? These come in at no cost, right? So we're able to sign up for these things, for these programs, for these assessments, for these scanning services that our local agencies have to offer, and we take advantage of those offerings. So, like as previously mentioned, Homeland Security offers, they have a branch, a cybersecurity branch called CISA, which is who we get in contact with, and we come up with these assessments. Now, the next point that I'd like to touch on is E-rate. Okay, E-rate provides discounts to schools and libraries in the U.S. to obtain affordable telecom and internet access. In other words, it's a reimbursement that happens, right? From under my leadership that I've been with OPA, we have never applied for E-rate. And I'm happy to say that this time the team has applied and we've been granted $282,000 to be reimbursed up until June 30th of 2026. Now, this is a 5-year cycle, so it's every 5 years you get granted another, sum of money. So that being said, the last time that we can use a $282,000, which we haven't touched yet, right? Because we just applied this year. That new 5-year cycle will start again next year of 2026. July 1st, 2026, okay? And that's when we'll enroll for that. Now, mind you, E-rate, to kind of break it down, it's 2 different categories under E-rate. There's category 1 and category 2, right? Category 1, just kind of a little breakdown. Category 1 is involves internet provided services. So whether it be whoever provides us internet, right? We go out to bid. It's a process that we go through, and internet service companies can bid on that contract. Now, the category 2 is monitoring the network. So same thing, we put this project out there in different vendors, and it's available to the public for 30 days, and they go out there and bid on these projects. So that's what E-rate is. Now, I would like to touch on curriculum and software products. Dr. Fricker touched on this a little bit, and then as well as Mr. Lauro. And we really want to focus on the return on investment and then reduce overordering, right? Especially with curriculum, now that it's consumables, whether it be digital licenses, right? There's different terms amongst that. So it's time to look at the utilization reports, refer to them, discuss, and how we can assess this problem, right? And if it's not a problem, right, just come up with a plan to be more accurate on the numbers if we need to be, right? Now, the IT department, myself, we will have admin access to curriculum products. And this will help us with saving costs and managing our licenses, right? Now, part of this process will also be doing surveys with staff, right? Identifying what curriculum is being used, what licenses are being used. And we're working really closely with our chancellors and teachers, making sure every voice is being heard, right? There's multiple teachers in different grades, so we want to make sure that, you know, we're as accurate with data as we can be. Now, the next bullet point that I'd like to touch on, and it's kind of general, right? Technology. One-to-one Chromebook devices. This is what we are striving to have as a one-to-one ratio across all our campuses. Now, we currently allow a BYOD, which is bring your own device for students, okay? Meaning we have some students that we provide Chromebooks for, and those other students that would like to bring their own device from home, then we have a few agreements that they need to sign, like it's an agreement, and then also, you know, allowing us to install our software onto their device, right? Now, there is a little situation in a sense, because OPA is installing a license that they purchase, right? The organization purchased to a device that does not belong to them, right? Now, we're not speaking on half of the organization is doing this. About 18% of students across our organization have a BYOD device, meaning we go out and we purchase this Chrome license, right, to install into this Chromebook for them to use throughout the school year, right? Now, there is instances where, you know, maybe a student doesn't show up to school anymore. They moved across the country, right? Now, it's difficult at that point to remove the license, and Google came out with a thing now where when you remove a license, you can only apply that license to another device if it has the same model, right? And usually when devices come from home, they're not our device and our same model and make, so we can't apply that license to now our device, right? So this is where we kind of face a cost there where OPA faces, you know, losing this license and not any longer, right, being able to apply that license to another Chromebook. So, you know, we're looking at possibly shifting to the way of going to that one-to-one device, so we don't encounter these issues and we keep that license on our device, and we don't have to worry about, hey, we might lose this license because a student might move across the country, or you know, whatever the case may be, right? So we will be updating our technology user policy this spring, and we'll be bringing that, you know, we'll be discussing in cabinet, and we'll be bringing that once we are ready for that. And another thing too, just briefly on devices, is once we do that one-to-one device for the students, even during testing, right, it'll make it such a smooth process where we know that all our devices are pushing out all the up-to-date softwares for all our devices. So we know that day one, hey, every Chromebook that every student has in class, they will be testing that day, right? Because at this point we have, you know, a device that, you know, this student might have from kinder, and now he's in 7th grade or 8th grade, right? This device is outdated at that point and could be, you know, encountering these issues where during testing it might slow down the testing, right? But we always have devices ready for those students. Okay, and the next thing I had was just a paging system for SV and SOC. We're working closely with Capo to getting the paging system up and running for the SOC campus. And then for SV, that paging system is actually up and running, and you'll hear Mr. Bridges on that paging system and announcing the raffle winners, and even Mr. Wright at times. So it's great to hear that, but more than happy to get SOC up and running as well. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have lottery and enrollment. And so we did a lottery and enrollment preview back in December. So now we are in the process. We have moved up that time frame. We have seen applications come in, which is exciting. We are moving up that time frame. So it is open now. The lottery will actually end March 14th. And so we're really interested to see how many applications have surfaced, and then actually see how many offers we will extend to all of our families. We've also, just a reminder to everybody that we, in this year's cycle, we moved our lottery management system or vendor to School Mint. And so they have updated their, the same vendor, but they've updated their platform and updated the dashboard that families actually interact with. And so we are excited to see the efficiencies that have grown in that process. Our central office staff has been troubleshooting little glitches here and there in any upgrade, but all in all, going very, very well. I'm happy to report. We do have some just data for you in terms of last year's lottery, and we will be presenting at the end of the lottery when it runs this year's. So we'll give you the comparative values. But we just wanted to show you the total offered last year and total accepted. Now, these aren't the total seats we have available, but that is, so for example, the top at 2024 under TK, you see 63 offered and 49 accepted, and that would be about 77.7%. We don't have 63 seats, but that would be the number of offers we need to put out in order to get the 49 accepted. So it goes through all of the grade ranges and just outlines some data indicating where we were last year. I know that in looking at the melt of trying to determine how many students we offer seats to, how many students we accept, but then not show up, that would be how many students kind of fade off. And we're going to try to track that data for the board as well to make sure that if there's something that we can do to make adjustments, we'll try to analyze that data to make those adjustments and make our lottery much more efficient and effective. I just wanted to give you just enrollment projections for this year. You know that we have projections that we send out, which actually make up the budget here in the spring, which we'll be doing in the coming months, and then how much we actually see as enrollment throughout the school year. And so here for SOC, we are about 10 students under projection, but that through the course of time, some students, families move away. So we would have to get to the wait list and then refill those spots. So you only see a 10% dip. Last year, we saw a much more significant dip in projected to actual enrollment. So we're happy to see that this number is pretty tight. If we move on to SB and the middle school, SB and the virtual enrollment at SB, there's only about 7 students that are below that projected to actual enrollment numbers. So SB's enrollment is looking pretty good. The one dip that we saw at SB was in that TK class range, and the original staffing was a 24-to-1 model, and so it should have been 20-to-1. And so we made that shift right before, thank you, Mr. Wright, we made that shift right before school opened. And so we made the adjustment so that we were in compliant with the state requirement there. And so that's why you see the little bubble of the number. And then if we look at the virtual enrollment, which we talked about the virtual academy, the chancellors and myself, and we're looking at this program specifically, a lot of families will enroll in virtual and SB or virtual and SOC in order to get a spot within our organization. And so we did see a higher number creating interest in the spring when the lottery first ran. And then as they filtered through the wait list or as they got different seats, that number did adjust. But we do have a reasonably healthy virtual program. I mean, it serves to create enough ADA to offset the staffing that we have currently in that. And then finally to the middle school, this is where we did see from the projected enrollment to their actual enrollment about an 88 student reduction in our enrollment projection, and that's where that budget deficit of about $1 million surfaced, which Mr. Lowe and myself have been actively working to reduce, and we have it almost at the point of coming even. So this is just a snapshot of if that situation holds throughout the rest of the year and we don't make adjustments, we would end up with a deficit. It's a signal to us to make those adjustments throughout the school year so that we do not end up with the deficit, which we have done. And then I'm going to hand it over to middle school.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, board members. Welcome, Dr. Shaw. I am very pleased to celebrate our middle school and where we are at this point in the year. But even before I can get into our blows, I need to put a big shout out to our staff, because all of the things we've accomplished we couldn't do without the collaboration and the trust in our staff as we take risks and try new things and grow a brand new version of OPA. And I'd also like to thank Dean Rectine, who's here with me today. He's been a great partner this year as we've really made some leaps and bounds in year 2 of the middle school. So the first piece of information that you see on the screen looks a little blah. So this is our dashboard, but we have no colors yet because it takes 2 years of data in order to earn your rainbow. And but just to highlight some of the key strengths on this dashboard is in year 1, as our baseline data came in, our academic data is coming in at a very high performance level. So as you're aware, the dashboard is based on how far above standard you are, and then you get your colors based on growth. And so we're starting at some of the highest points. And so no matter where we're at least starting at those very high baselines, which is really exciting in year 1 of our school. The one area that we're constantly working on is our chronic absenteeism. It's not necessarily due to students not wanting to come to school or not choosing to come to school. It's been trips and vacations and things that we're really working on through our short-term independent study to recoup that ADA and really educate parents on the value of being in seats every day, especially at the middle school level as we're getting them ready for high school. So that is something we are constantly working on, and hopefully next year we will see lots of very pretty blues on the screen. So some of our celebrations, we kicked off the year with WEB, which means where everyone belongs. So it's a 6th grade orientation program where 8th grade leaders really set the tone for the year. So they kicked off the year with a pep style orientation, and they're continuing to connect with their 6th grade cohorts every month to make sure those 6th graders stay connected and feel like there's older mentors on campus that are there to support them. Our student-led clubs have doubled in number and enrollment this year. So it's a shift from elementary model. We actually have our students propose something that they're passionate about. They recruit a professor to be their advisor, and then they actually put on a club rush where they recruit members to their clubs. And so we're offering clubs almost every day at lunch and after school, and continuing to see a really high level of activity and engagement in those clubs. We've also had a very successful start to our competitive sports program this year. So we have already, so we currently compete in the Orange County Charter School League, and we compete in soccer, flag football, volleyball, basketball, and cross country. And so far we've already earned 2 championships. Our flag football team and our girls volleyball team have brought home championships, and we've started very strong with our boys and girls basketball. So we're hoping to bring home 2 more championships to celebrate with you soon. Let's see. So field trips is kind of a core part of OPA. And in middle school, we've also doubled the number of field trips we've been able to actively offer that are really appropriate for middle school and engage us in learning outside of the classroom walls. So all 3 of our grade levels got to attend a SoFi tour. And so this seemed a little interesting at first. People were asking why we were going to SoFi. Was it just to see the football stadium? But really, it was pretty amazing to see the architecture that we learned about, the engineering that went into building it, even just the ecology. They brought in all of the local ecology to put throughout the stadium, and so they got to tour. We also found out it's one of the safest places in Southern California to be in an earthquake, so just to know. And then as of tomorrow, all 3 of our grade levels also got to tour a local community college. So we went to Saddleback College, San Diego Canyon, and tomorrow we are touring IBC. And what's really amazing with that is our students and our parents got to learn a lot about the resources that our community college programs offer for free to students all the way through grade 12. And already we've had now 4 students enrolling in enrichment programs and classes for the summer to start progressing and even to get ready for advanced courses in high school. Oops, let me go back one more. So with counseling, so we have a new counselor this year, Ms. Kendall. We've also seen just a spike in how students are feeling supported through our counseling services. She's been busy leading social emotional learning lessons within our classrooms, so she visits our classrooms on a very regular basis. Also teaching very valuable study skills lessons and organization lessons to our students. She's helped organize our college tours. She is collecting information about all of our local high schools to push out to families to make sure they're prepared for the different registrations and showcases that are spread throughout Orange County. And she is currently helping me prepare for 5th grade visits so that we can really get our 5th graders excited about entering OPA as 6th graders. And this is all in addition to just her daily academic and social emotional support she provides to all of our students. And then cheer is an interesting addition. So we had cheer last year, but this year the program has really blossomed. We've got to see it grow. And then we've also found a new way to recruit new Eagles. So we just finished completing an elementary cheer clinic. We had, I believe, almost 50 students, grade TK through 5. And they just did a performance for all of the parents, and it incorporated both SV and SOC students. We're hoping we're already recruiting our TKers for our middle school cheer program in the years to come. And then really what I wanted to focus on the most is something that we've been working really hard to build to make our middle school program unique amongst all of the middle schools in Orange County. And that is our career and technical education program. So I shared earlier this year that we were working to build out 3 unique pathways. And these include information communication technology, or arts, media, entertainment, and business finance. And as part of these programs, we've also incorporated a lot of new technology, state-of-the-art technology. So we built an all-in-one Mac lab that was a complement to a full Windows-based PC lab. And then part of the focus of this program is really to develop pre-pathways that will help our students develop skills and really explore passions that will guide them in selecting pathways at some of our local high schools and then in post-secondary education. So just to kind of highlight some of these different pathways that we have, first I'd like to talk about the business and finance pathways. So what we focus on in this area is virtual enterprise, and it's something that we call Junior Ventures. It's a 2-year CTE program specifically targeted for 7th and 8th graders, and they're investigating business finance, marketing, sales, and services. Students are already developing entrepreneurship skills, financial literacy, teamwork, and technology, and it's all connected to real-world business applications. So some of our key achievements have already included launching a student-run business with 5 different departments that students had to apply for in order to take leadership roles. They're creating their own marketing materials and have engaged in a trade show at San Diego State University. And they're already starting to work on participation in virtual and in-person trade shows. They just attended today a career fair to interact with industry professionals and explore personal finance and the different career opportunities that exist in our local community. And then our digital arts, which falls in our arts, media, and entertainment. So this was our inaugural year bringing this program to life. And it has really established a program just immersed in creativity, technical expertise, and storytelling through a true project-based learning approach. So students are gaining hands-on experience with industry standard tools such as Adobe Creative Suite, Blender, Twinmotion, and also developing critical thinking skills and design thinking skills, which is key. They are designing their own projects and pursuing those and really figuring out that design process that goes into creating and finalizing a project. So a key achievement for this class is an integration of digital portfolios, which has really helped students grow. They're learning to brand themselves and then really learning how to communicate the critical thinking skills that they're achieving. Our advanced digital media class has taken ownership of our yearbook and is also building a student-led social media presence, which is helping to market our middle school program. So within all of this, it's building leadership skills and also project management skills. So as we're moving ahead, what we're looking to continue to innovate with is really to build that digital storytelling skill and hoping that we're building leaders prepared for future academic and professional success. And then finally, in our information communication technologies pathway, this took over our typical computer science program. And it is providing students with hands-on experience in coding, game development, and esports. So to date, our kids have written over 100,000 lines of code, created 75 game projects for school arcade day, and achieved top awards in esports competitions. And as we're moving and expanding this program, we're moving into app development, AI, and digital creativity, which with projects that include learning how to build AI-powered recommendation apps, interactive circuit prototypes, and coding for music composition. So we're really excited about the growth we're seeing in this program. Also, earlier in the year, we wrote a big CTEG grant, which we're hoping will bring in continued and ongoing funding. We should find out in about a month and a half whether we get that grant or not, but I'm very confident that with what we've built so far, it is something that will continue to perpetuate this program and continue its growth. And then coming soon, we have so much more coming. We're only halfway through the year. Again, I mentioned we are going out to fifth grade elementary schools or fifth grade classes to talk about elective choices and our programs for next year. We have a big high school information assembly coming up in a month, which will help prepare our current eighth graders on how to register for high school. So it is being put on by Trabuco Hills High School, but it covers pretty much the registration process at any local high school. Career Day is coming up next month. We have over 36 volunteers coming to speak to our students about a very broad variety of careers and college pathways. International Day, Cum Laude, is a big celebration of our academic achievement. Our seventh graders are attending a big Catalina field trip in May. And then our eighth graders are in the midst of preparing for civic engagement projects and will be presenting their capstone or exit interviews as a way of kind of culminating their OPA experience at the end of eighth grade. And finally, we are in the process of working on our first PBIS award application, so more news on that to come. And on to our elementary team.
Woohoo! Sorry, okay. Everybody going again, right? It's almost 9 o'clock, so we gotta get you guys moving. Good evening, everyone. Once again, I'm Adam, right? And I've got Julie with me here for our part on the elementary. So we're gonna start with our dashboard. This is the first time in the history of SV that we are all blue. Blue does not mean sad when it comes to the dashboard. Blue means happy. So we are all blue, which is fantastic. Huge credits go to our kids, our families, and most of all our professors. One of the big things that you see on here is our chronic absenteeism. We had a huge drop in chronic absenteeism, and why is that? Independent study. Independent study and registrars who are killing it with the teachers and getting our kids on independent study. This year with now 1 day independent study and pushing that through. It is a ton of work for teachers. It's a ton of work for the registrars to keep track of, but it is awesome on our dashboard. So thank you to them, because I understand and the families understand that getting it can sometimes be hard, but you know, luckily we have families that know to ask for it, especially on the long trips, and we're getting kids in it. Our suspension rate declined too. Like if you want to put these into real numbers for our suspension rate, that equals 2 children, right? 2 kids all year out of suspended out of 500. So for us, being all blue is awesome, and we are currently waiting for the state to release distinguished school lists. It's usually out in February, so I don't know what the slowdown is. I keep asking, and I have no responses from the state, but my hope is we were a distinguished school 2 years ago, that we will again be a distinguished school. So more to come on that.
Good evening. Thank you for having me tonight. Similarly, looking at the dashboard, in totality, we're seeing fantastic numbers as well, colors rather, that are connected obviously with our data. Some of the, I think the standouts when looking at this is that we've maintained most colors, and they're in that obviously blue space and green, and if not, we're maintaining that. We have also moved, so that's a really fantastic point to showcase. Particularly ELA and math, looking at the data, which I know is in front of you, but showcasing ELA with the 87.1 points above standard, and then we went up to 82.8, so there was growth there. And then in math, 74.5 points above standard, up from 61.2. So that's another really great data point to celebrate in those 2 areas. Obviously, we are very proud of the English learner progress, where our FEP data continues just to be significantly growing and expanding from our 12% last year to where we are this year. Thus far, 22%. And then with overall our EL students being at that 48.1, making progress, which is absolutely fantastic. So similar trends with our chronic absenteeism and suspension rates, decreasing and celebrating along the same lines. And really happy to see and just pleased to be part of the team where all of this is moving forward. So that really captures most of it, and I think that putting our measures in place to continue the success for this year is really exciting.
All right, some celebrations from, let's face it, the two best elementary schools in Orange County. Look, we got the data, right? Like, anyone that wants to try to debate me, we've got the data to go against it. So, you know, we're killing it. So a couple of let's see, I gotta get to my notes here so I don't leave anything out. Blackwell's and our weekly raffles with our PBIS. We are a PBIS Platinum school at SV. That is as high as you can go. I keep asking the PBIS people, like, can we go to like diamond, or what other sort of rare medals can we achieve? They assure me that it is only platinum, unfortunately. So again, this year we are applying for a platinum distinction. We have a picture up here of our Blackwells. Kids love Blackwells. They use their PBIS rewards. They're getting great prizes from those that are supported by our Honor Society. Big shout out to the SV Honor Society. You guys kill it and help us in so many ways. We also got on Fridays, those of you guys that are on campus see Mr. Bridges and his tutu getting PBIS rewards for our raffle. They get to spin the wheel of prizes. They get to win In-N-Out gift cards. They get to win Otter Pops. They get to win prize pack things to pull out. So every Friday there's about 16 kids that are eligible to win prizes across all the grade levels, and the kids absolutely love it. Our PBIS team, of course, is killing it. They have been going and getting their Tier 3 training with OCDE. And OCDE has been saying how great we're doing with it. We have 2 kids on track that are entering into our Tier 3 interventions for PBIS. Really great to have that resource with PBIS and OCDE to help us through that process. So great job by our PBS teams. A little more. We're just gonna keep going back and forth, yeah.
So I think that momentum as well for PBIS at our site just continues. We do share similarly with Blackwell's and our weekly raffles. And we're also participating, of course, in Tier 3 training, which has been fantastic to see all that and the growth and just how that continues to expand overall. Something new this year that we've introduced is the Dragon's Den, which is right behind you there. Something really exciting where students are able to, in a collective sense, we collect all the scholarships and are able to then work toward school-wide incentives and rewards for that, so they have the voice and choice with that. So that's a huge motivator. Also new this year that we have monthly PEP assembly, so we really have a lot of recognition and excitement and growth in that space as well. And during those, we honor our PBIS champs for the month. And so students are awarded the certificate of recognition in that time. So it's a real time of energy and recognition and just a great space for students to celebrate one another and create that belonging. We're also proud that we have our PBIS the gold award recipient at this time and working toward that platinum status as well with concluding our Tier 3 with OCDE. And that sure has been really meaningful for the team and the site as well.
Enrichment, okay, what do we do for enrichment? Classroom transformations, which have been sponsored by our Honor Society. So if you've been in our 3rd grade classroom earlier this year, they transferred their classroom into the BFG. That's the Big Friendly Giant, in case nobody's read the book or don't know what that means. Our 5th grade are working on taco trucks, or actually not all of them are taco trucks, some of them are dessert trucks. So you have all sorts of different taco trucks being named. They're gonna turn the rooms into taco trucks, and actually we bring in a taco truck for the kids to tour. And then of course, the best part of a taco truck is tacos, that's right. So we will be doing that here in the next couple months. So I'm always excited for that. Field trips. One of the key aspects of OPA and things that we do is these enrichment opportunities, the ability to go on field trips. So 1st grades, getting ready to go to Aquarium of the Pacific. Second grade's gone to the history. Oh, I'm blanking on what it's called now off the top of my head. Fifth grade's getting ready to go to Irvine Ranch here in the next couple of weeks. Super excited for my son to be gone for 3 days. What else? We had 356 students participated in clubs this year. We're right now in our second session of clubs. Clubs are a huge hit. Thank you to our staff for putting those on. And a myriad of assemblies, from BMX to our Kids Heart Challenge to Lunar New Year. We've got one more big assembly sponsored by our Honor Society coming up. And I want to give a shout out to our middle school cheer team that worked so well with our kiddos. They did a cheer performance Monday. They had their performance moved from last Friday or last Thursday because of the rain. And I'm like amazing tumbling passes by some of these elementary kids. I'm told that's the correct phrase. I don't have a huge background in cheer, but I'm thrilled. The tumbling passes were amazing. So a big shout out to the middle school cheer kids. They did a great job, and the cheer coaches. So we appreciate them coming and providing stuff for our kiddos. Oh yeah.
So just a few pieces I want to highlight for on that enrichment piece, the clubs, and I certainly want to make sure I get this piece. We had a total of 469 students participate in OPA staffed sponsored clubs this year. We had cycle 1 in fall, and then we're currently moving on to and started our cycle 2. And so there's a total of 21 club options that were in the fall, and then 17 in the spring. And I can say directly that it's been a very exciting time with our clubs, a lot of energy, kids look forward to it, they're very excited, getting plugged into the clubs, and just the energy with that has been really exciting and rewarding to see. Of course, we also have the partnership with Strategic Kids for Chess and Lego Club, and then YMCA continuing on, Boys and Girls Club, just instrumental at our site, and also basketball clinic. And then as mentioned too, similarly, we have just so many wonderful things happening at the site with assemblies. We just recently had our Lunar New Year celebration. The energy that day was fantastic. The kids were learning and excited and engaged, and we're really ready for that. Our Kids Heart Challenge that's going on, and then of course our Honor Society, who has sponsored those 2 Imagination Machine assemblies. And that's really connected with the actors performing, the students written crafted pieces. So that's really fantastic to see that come to light as well. So a lot of exciting things happening. Of course, as we've heard, we have field trips where we have every grade level at least have 1 field trip. And so we've heard some Centennial Farms, Tanaka Farm, Discovery Cube, Mission and San Juan. And our 5th graders too are looking forward to the Irvine Ranch outdoor coming up in March. And then we also had 2nd graders just return from their Heritage Museum field trip, and that was a wonderful day for them. So a lot of exciting things to celebrate.
You know, I think one of the things that are amazing between SB and SOC is that we are really lockstep. So right during those PIMs, a lot of parents ask, well, I'm going to apply to SOC and SB, like, what's the difference? You're going to get the same thing at both campuses. You're going to get really bad dad jokes at SB, so I apologize to all the SB people. But other than that, like, we program-wise, we do everything lockstep, and that is one of the great things. I've worked in a lot of districts, and not every school gets along and communicate and collaborate the way we do. And once again, just another special thing that we do at OPA that you don't get anywhere else. So if people are watching this and aren't OPA people, like, that is just a huge distinction between what other districts do and what you get here at OPA. A little bit about our performances. You know, every grade level does 1 or 2 performance. We're a big performance organization. Our kinders right now are killing it, working on their kinder circus performance coming up here in the next couple of weeks. 5th grades work on their science and stuff, and I was in 4th grade today, and they're working on Gold Dust or Bust. So a lot of their big, awesome performances are coming up where kids are really working hard to practice those. When I go to counseling, then you can do the next 2. And then our counseling, we've got Ms. Corcoran. Ms. Corcoran's amazing. She's in our 2nd year with us, super energetic, really working with all of our kids, going into classrooms, doing lessons. And then last week, leading our kindness week. activities, despite the rain, being able to go into different classrooms where kids were having lunch or recess inside and still finding time to do stuff with that. She's absolutely fantastic and such a great asset to all of our kiddos.
And I would certainly have to echo the same. There's just so many wonderful and enriching opportunities for students just to continue to lean in and learn and be engaged and be prompted just to learn more. And so we have some of our performances, and I'm still getting the pleasure of getting to see these come to life too, as our ABC fashion show, the Living Museum. I know that's a lot of exciting discussion right now. And different walkthroughs that are happening. The Jingle Jam is mentioned, which I know is a huge hit, and there's still talks of that. Also for counseling that was mentioned, I highlighted some of this earlier, but that's just such a tremendous area of support on our campus. And of course, with Miss Ship and her lunch bunch and stations I alluded to earlier, individuals, small group, all of that really helping to provide those school supports and really help our students feel that stronger connection and sense of belonging is of course the undertone of all of that. With Miss Ship being obviously our OC Charter School Counselor of the Year, it's such a wonderful recognition. And I know that Kindness Week, which we just had and went through, students were engaged and learning and excited, and that really permeated the campus. And throughout the week, we were excited to see that. I feel like every week is a Kindness Week, but it was nice to really see it showcased, and it was done so well. And then of course our ongoing parent education nights, I feel are just such another spotlight in how we want to connect with community and bring more connection to community and school. So glad to see that as well.
And our final thing, so coming up in no particular order, is everybody ready? Here's what is happening between now and pretty much the end of the year. Ready? Read Across America, second trimester awards, International Day, Living Museum. By the way, Living Museum at SV, Mrs. Dow's baby, like that is her go-to. If you've been at SC, you know SV, you know she's running that. Irvine Ranch, Spring Break. Gotta put that in there, we're excited for that. Kinder Circuits, Cum Laude, CASP testing, majors, bowling with your professor, field day, kinder promotion, 5th grade farewell. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost in March and we are going to be in June like that. So that is it for the elementaries. Thank you, everybody. Questions? Here's the bag. All right.
Well done. Well done, thank you. Thank you so much, everybody, for putting those amazing presentations together. Next up, we will go to item B, response to immigration enforcement policy. Dr. Parker.
Good evening. This is just a really good policy update, just to keep you all informed as to what we are doing. There were some presidential executive orders that had changed over with the election, and some of those do have an effect on schools, immigration policy being one of them. We do research what to do in these situations. We look to the Attorney General. There's a step-by-step guideline that we are following. We ran it through our legal team just to make sure that we're not missing anything, and that we are advising our staff or training our staff appropriately. So in light of that, we did give a board update on the topic. We have already trained our senior leadership should anything come to fruition within that regard. And then in the February 28th day, PD day, we will be training the staff. So I just want to make sure that everyone's aware that the senior leadership and the front office staff have been already informed, and that we will make sure that whatever those orders are, that we filter them through the organization in an organized fashion. And we always seek the legal counsel of YMC.
Thank you. All right, next, item C, fiscal year 2025-2026 January Governor's proposed budget report. On the Chief Business Officer.
Good evening, Board of Directors and the community. So I'm gonna have a lot of information tonight. I think what's paramount is in understanding is where we're at in the statutory reporting cycle of the state budget, as well as like what are the takeaways from today. The takeaways from today is, as a snapshot in time, this is what the governor, Gavin Newsom, is proposing as the fiscal budget for 25-26, which starts in July of this year. Like I said, this is a snapshot of where we're at and kind of where we're projecting. And you know, when we move forward towards second interim, which is gonna come in March, it'll be another snapshot in time. So our assumptions are always changing, and just to remember that when when we're looking at my presentation. So yeah, first off, we're going to do a quick budget or an overview of my presentation. We're going to talk about the budget cycle timeline, right? The statutory reporting that happens through the year. We're going to start at a macro level of the U.S. economy. We're going to scale down to state and local economics and politics, as well as the PSSSA, Public School System Stabilization Account, Proposition 98, which is the funding vehicle for public K through 14 education, it's TK through 14 education in the state of California. Pension costs, our multi-year projection, and next steps. So here we are in the 25-26 budget cycle. We are in January. It is the governor's proposed budget. From there, the next report that will come out is the May revision. So in May, the governor will use, and the Department of Finance will utilize income tax data, property tax data that comes from the state, corporate tax, and from there utilize matched against the projections to see where we at in terms of either surplus or deficit spending. After that, in June, we'll have 2 meetings in regards to a budget hearing as well as adoption. And then in December, we will have first interim and second interim in March. So some things to look at is the U.S. economy. CPI last year was 2.9%. In January, CPI was, in fact, came in at 3%. So we are forecasting that, economists are forecasting that the interest rate cuts won't happen as early as we would think. With that being said, GDP over the course of last year had pretty good growth throughout the year, rounding out third and fourth quarter with 3.1 and 2.3%. Dow Jones fluctuation, a big part of the California state budget. In fact, 39% of capital gains are paid by 1% of Californians. Fun fact. By capital gains, a lot of it is tied to the stock market. Over the course of 2024, the Dow Jones had a 16.19% increase through the year, which is great, right? U.S. unemployment has been kind of hovering around 4%. Labor participation is around 62.5%. Anticipated policies of the Trump administration may have significant impacts on the federal economy, but it is really too early to tell what the impacts are going to be. It's kind of the information we've been given is just kind of wait and see what's going to happen. Moving forward to the state economy, the governor is projecting a $17 billion surplus and healthy reserves for fiscal year 25-26. In prior fiscal years, mainly fiscal year 23, 24, 24, 25, he did piecemeal together the budget with a lot of one-time federal revenues, utilization of different reserve accounts at the state level in order to meet that statutory spending throughout the state. They are projecting steady and stable national economic growth. That does, of course, go without saying that the Department of Finance and the Legislative Analyst Office, they both are projecting budget deficits in the out years, just due to increased mandatory spending. As mandatory spending goes up, obviously the tax revenue has to grow with that in order to meet those spending requirements. A big thing that happened throughout the state or in Los Angeles County was the wildfires. 25% of our population lives in LA County. With that, they've delayed, the IRS has delayed the tax filing deadline for residents in that area. In prior years, what has happened is as those tax deadlines are kicked back, it provides a murkier picture into how the state's tax revenues are doing. So that's just something to think about as we move forward and something that we're kind of being exposed to. Other sectors that are vulnerable to immigration policy changes are obviously healthcare, food services, construction, agriculture. There's different industries that may have significant impacts in the state. So we're waiting to see what's going to shake out there. Some of the posturing that's been happening with the governor to the Trump administration has been very staunch and hard, but it's been a little bit more relaxed due to us having to cooperate with the recovery efforts and the wildfires in LA. Something we'll talk about is the public school system stabilization account, better known as the Prop 98 Reserve. This was passed in 2014 via Proposition 2. Essentially, what this is a savings account for Prop 98, which is the spending vehicle for TK through 14 education. In years when we have really good capital gains through property and personal income tax, there is mandatory deposits into this account. How the governor decides to utilize this funding is by two ways, right? He or she either declares a budget emergency and/or it's triggered by Prop 98 formula, of which revenues are not sufficient to pay the mandatory guarantee, right? There are three different tests of which I'll get into of like how that's calculated, but what he's projecting in 25-26, instead of a discretionary deposit, he's changing it into a mandatory deposit of $376 million, of which would bring that reserve account to $1.53 billion, which is good news for education in the state of California, knowing we have some safeguards in place, right? So now we're talking about Prop 98. Prop 98 is it was a law that was passed in 1988 that amended the state constitution that provides a minimum guarantee for TK through 14 education. So there's three different tests on how that number is generated. We're funded on test one, which means it's a percentage of total general fund revenue in the state of California. I believe it's in 25-26, a total percentage is 39.6% of the budget is going towards education. Other tests include changes in average daily attendance throughout the state, as well as per capita personal income. But the main thing here is to know that we're receiving a percentage of the general fund revenues in the state. The minimum guarantee is $118.9 billion, an increase of $3.2 billion over the projection of the 23-24 Budget Act. The cost of living adjustment. As a reminder, the cost of living adjustment and/or COLA isn't new money. It's money that's given to public education agencies to track with inflation, right? So we don't have to do anything. Our costs for contracted services, our employee costs, our pension costs, they continue to go up. So what happens is we get a cost of living adjustment based on the inflation rate, and that's pushed out through other risks that we may have to Prop 98, like I said, is the extension of the tax filing deadline for LA County. When tax collections are deferred, it delays the final certification of what this total amount is for education. LA County is home to 14 different Fortune 500 companies. So you can imagine if these companies decide to kick out their tax filings, this can prevent some murky waters for the Department of Finance. So here's some of Governor Newsom's proposals for education. Overall, LCFF, we're getting $2.8 billion. Most of that's going to the cost of living adjustment. A big thing that we're seeing here that's going across the state is $1.8 billion allocated to a discretionary block grant. Funding numbers that have come out is about $327 per average daily attendance. Some allowable uses would be professional development on teachers, English language arts, English language development, math framework, teacher recruitment and retention strategies. So some of the estimated amounts are middle school $155,000, SB $175,000, and SOC $215,000. We're including that as an estimation. We don't know for sure what the Budget Act is going to provide. We won't provide this in our second interim, but it's just as a ballpark estimation of what we might expect to get. There's also Prop 28. I believe that passed in November 2022. It stipulated that 1% of Prop 98 should be allocated towards arts and music, visual performing arts, in all school sites, in all public education throughout the state. Other restricted programs that we participate in, like the child nutrition, mandated block grant, as well as special education, are also receiving a cost of living adjustment to the revenues, which is good for us because those costs are always going up, right? Food costs, special education, occupational therapy, those types of things are going up. Another good thing is some of the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant funds, which I believe was in the Budget Act of 22-23, We had a pretty significant budget deficit in that year, of which the governor had decided to cut that one-time funding. Because of the surplus, they are reallocating some of that money back, so SB and SOC should be seeing some of those funds come back, which is a good thing. Other than that, some money we're also going to be seeing through the kitchen infrastructure training grant, so additional funding for us to buy refrigerators, freezers, just infrastructure for our kitchen. As well as TK being fully implemented next year. Annual cost is projected to be about $3.9 billion per year. Another thing to talk about, I talked about the cost of living adjustment, right? So not necessarily new money that we're receiving, but money that's granted to us to fight inflation and consumer price index increases. As you can see here, the CalSTRS rate, so the pension system for our certificated staff, counselors, teachers, speech language pathologists, that employer rate is projected to stay at 19.1%. However, the CalPERS rate is, we see some increases in 25, 26, and through 27, 28, although we do see some rate reduction in 2029. Now, when they don't hit, these pension systems don't hit their return requirements, it does require local education agencies to backfill that by increasing our percentage that we pay into it. So just something to think about as a cost that continues to rise for us. So I'm going to show our multi-year projection. Remember, this is a snapshot in time. I essentially took our first interim multi-year projection. I've made some changes to the cost of living adjustment of the COLA. I did add in some one-time money via the discretionary block grant. Like I said, I've highlighted this. We will not include this in our second interim. I think it's, in order to be conservative, I think it's best for us to not rely on that funding unless it's, once we get into May for the May revision to really tie that in. Other than that, all of the different things you see here on the slide, it's very word heavy, but it's word heavy so that you can always refer back to it. If you look at the same presentation I gave at December 1st interim, you'll see the exact same thing. So I didn't really change anything. I've added in one-time money as well as some changes to cost of living adjustment. Was not included, right? This is the same slide from my first interim presentation. In terms of assumptions, is we aren't including any salary and benefit increases beyond step and column. No other one-time monies that we may provide that the federal government may provide. We didn't change any of the CalPERS contribution amounts. We didn't recognize the CTEX or the CTE grant that we applied for, federal equipment grant we applied for. We talked about repayment plans that are put in here that we will be talking about in second interim, and any other enrollment loss, right? So this is a very small multi-year projection, but this is the same thing I presented to the board in December. Moving forward here, what's paramount on this slide is that we do still have a structural deficit in middle school. This is what we've talked about during first interim. We do have some relief with the one-time funds, not adding additional expenditures, but through the second year out, we continue to have that structural deficit. I'm excited to see when we come back in March to go over the second interim, of which we will be recognizing some savings and hopefully making a change on the multi-year to be out of the structural deficit in middle school. Dr. Ferger has been at the beginning of your her as well as Rosa Palomino, our Director of Fiscal Services. We've done a great job in mitigating this. Yeah, if we didn't act as fast as we did or swiftly as we did, we would be in a worse situation. So I'm really proud of the progress we've made, not only there, but also with services and just, it's a million different things that add up into this picture. And so, yeah, come second interim March, we'll see where we're going to be at. So next steps, like again, March, we have second interim financial report. That is the second statutory financial report that we're supposed to do for the fiscal year. After that is in May, we have the governor's May revision. That's when the governor, so the Department of Finance, the Legislative Analyst's Office, they look at tax revenue data and they look at where is it falling with our projections. Are we underestimating? Are we overestimating? And he's going to say, well, what programs are we keeping? What programs are we cutting? Right? After that, we have 2 meetings in June, one on the 12th as well as the 26th. First, there's a hearing, right, for the public to observe our budget. Next would be the budget adoption. That happens at every local education agency in the state of California. And after that, come July, the legislature will vote and pass the budget, of which we will then review what was enacted and overlay that with what we've projected, right? And during the summer, if we have a meeting, if there are some material changes, we'll be going over those as well. But this is kind of in essence, like, as I'm trying to create understanding of the process of how we're developing our budget, how do we come to our assumptions, how do we update our assumptions through the year. Questions?
Any questions from the board? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, moving on, community input. Members of the public may comment on items listed on the agenda or non-agenda times only. A speaker may not relinquish a time to another person. Are there any comments on the agenda or non-agendized items? Thank you. Items for action. Item A, Chief Academic Officer job description. The Chief Academic Officer job description has been updated to provide clarification and updates on the responsibilities. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item A. May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve item.
Okay, second. Okay. Is there any discussion around this?
I'd like to hear just a high level summary of what's changed in the job description.
So what we really wanted to do with this job description is make sure that the chief academic officer overlay responsibility and oversight for all of the academic program, and that's reflected in her job, in this job description, which wasn't before. We also wanted to make sure that as we're updating the job descriptions, we made them in the same format that all of the eventual job descriptions to the classification study will be adhering to, so that was updated. And then in absence of having an academic committee, we wanted to make sure that we reviewed it or previewed it through the board for comment and then update there as well in case there was items that needed to be reflected. And the last item was making sure that there's oversight of the credentialing program and some oversight of the HR processes as the compliance or complaint officer located within OPA was really in the Director of Student Services, and that was now in the Chief Academic Officer's responsibilities.
Sorry, did you say in absence of a committee?
A meeting, in the absence of a committee meeting.
Because I was gonna say, as a committee member, I did review it, but
In absence of a meeting.
Okay.
Sorry, because it was
Just making sure I'm
canceled in
still on
January.
that committee.
So, but of the whole board got a chance.
Right.
Any additional questions? No? Okay. Hearing none, we will go ahead and make a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? All right, hearing none, it passes. Item B, Chief Academic Officer Compensation Study. The California Nonprofit Integrity Act of 2004 mandates that the board of directors review comparable executive compensation packages for the additional executives upon initial hiring of the educational executive. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item B. May I have a motion? I make a motion? May I have a second? Okay, Samir. Okay. Any items for discussion on this?
Who conducted this compensation study, please?
YMC did conduct the compensation study in accordance with the other compensation studies that they have provided to us prior.
Okay, can you talk a little bit, is there any rhyme or reason, like how they select who to compare the study versus other compensation studies we see that different schools selected?
You know, we noticed the same thing. I did not ask the question of how they select the different organizations to compare us with or to provide the reference point of salary average in this compensation study. So I did not ask that question. I can go back and clarify that for any future compensation study, but we did notice a difference too.
I'd love to see, it's fine for now, but next time, like criteria, how they're selected, and then however we can sync up using that criteria for all the different types of studies that we do where it makes sense.
Any other questions? All right, hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? All right, that being said, the motion passes. Item C, revised administrative salary schedule for the chief academic officer. The following revision is being made to the OPA administrative salary schedule. The revision of the chief academic officer position to align with the chief business officer position. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item C. May I please have a motion? Make a motion. Thank you, Betsy. Second? Okay. Any questions around this? Okay. I did have one for myself. In the previous compensation study, it says the range is a little bit higher than what was provided on here. So, why did we decide to go a little lower for our CAO position? Like, why didn't we go to the top of the range?
So we wanted to make sure that the CAO and the CBO range, because they're the same classification, we had the same salary structure for the classification, and that's just for equity purposes. We don't want to get in a situation where, say, one individual has a higher salary than another individual, and that would create an inequity situation. That could also create a liability situation. So the recommendation was to keep them equal, but they're the same rank, essentially.
Any other questions? All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? That being said, it passes. D, board member selection for the Academic Excellence Committee. The Academic Excellence Committee monitors student performance against rigorous academic goals and raises strategic issues for board engagement. It is recommended that board of directors approve action item D. May I please have a motion? Thank you, Betsy. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. Any questions around this? We need to
Yes.
actually, okay.
Yeah, we're picking
Yes.
actual people for this.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. We are picking people for this. And currently, there is one member serving on it. Amy, Dr. Smith. So we are looking for a second member now that we're a full board of 5.
Can we also just really quickly review the current participation of board members on the committees that exist? So we can, I think I had asked you to see the coverage, right? I don't know if you have like that table done or.
I didn't do a table.
Okay.
But for the finance committee, we do have Ms. Frada and we have Ms. Travis. For the academic excellence committee, we have Dr. Smith. So you're the only member there. For the governance committee, we do have Ms. Travis, and then we also have Mr. DeLune.
Yes.
And so for the strategic, the strategy and development committee, we do have Ms. Feiler, and then that one is also open, or would be open.
I'm stepping down from that committee.
So right now, only Ms. Freiler is on 2 committees. The rest of us are on 1.
And we also have the agenda committee meeting, which I
Well,
serve
we
on,
rotate.
but I serve on that every time.
Right.
You get extra.
Yes, so I serve on governance and fiscal with Betsy. So I serve too.
So we have 2 on the agenda for tonight for consideration for an
Oh, yeah.
additional member.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was just clarifying.
Yes.
Do we have someone that would like to join Academic Excellence Committee? Swear, Dr. Shaw. Thank you. All right. All right. So with that being said, are we in agreement on there? Is there any more discussion to be had on that? No? All right, then that being said, we will recommend that Dr. Shaw join the Academic Excellence Committee. With that, may I, all those in favor, can I hear?
Do we need to make a?
Yeah, we do
motion with
need,
this
yes, we
change?
do. We do.
Can I please get, can I amend my motion
Okay.
to include for Dr. Shaw to be part of the academic excellence?
Okay. All right, and Amy, did you want a second again?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? Okay, hearing none. Welcome, Dr. Shaw, to the Academic Excellence Committee. All right, action item E, board member selection for the Strategy and Development Committee. The Strategy and Development Committee is responsible for partnering with the school leadership to write, review, and propose changes to the school long-term strategy and development plans. It is recommended that the board of directors approve action item E.
I move to approve item E. A second.
Okay. All right, who would like to join the Strategy and Development Committee?
Me. We're meeting March 6th.
And whoever it is, I will make sure we do a transition of some sort.
And what's the primary function of that committee?
Do you want me to?
No,
Okay, so as the member stepping off of that committee, I can say it is to review strategic plans for like the long-term sustainability of OPA, as well as align that to how we do our development fundraising efforts. So it's really setting the strategy for the organization and then looking at if we want to do any enhanced fundraising efforts as an organization. That's it in a nutshell. And the big theme for us for the last couple of years have been strengthening the core.
I recall. I'm asking a lot of questions. I know.
No, I
answers
get it.
to, for
I
the
get it.
benefit of the public.
Yes,
New members.
I get it.
Okay.
I can volunteer.
Okay. Yep, great. All right, there we go. All right, can I get a revision on the
Yeah,
motion?
I'll amend my motion to add member DeLume to the Strategy and Development Committee.
Okay, do I have a second on that? Let's see.
I will second.
Okay, wonderful. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? All right, hearing none, the motion passes. Item F, the 2024-2025 Comprehensive School Safety Plan. 1, Saddleback Valley, 2, South Orange County, 3, Middle School. California Education Code Section 32281 requires every kindergarten through grade 12 12 school public and public charter, including community and court schools, to develop and maintain a comprehensive school safety plan designed to address campus risk, prepare for emergencies, and create safe and secure learning environment for students and school personnel. As recommended, the board of directors approve action item F1 through 3.
Make a motion.
Second.
All right. Anything else that you'd like to share about this?
I'd like to say I've read all of these throughout the years as being on school site council. It's the nicest looking one I've seen. In the past, it's been piecemeal education code and whatever we filled in, and I just wanted to say thank you for how it's presented so nicely.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask a question about that. So did the school site councils review them?
The school site council, we all reviewed them together and aligned them. The school site councils then individually reviewed their own, and then the SRO officers that reviewed them as well.
SOCs even has a signed page with the student signature on it.
That's
which
awesome.
I thought was really.
Okay. Any other questions? I have one additional question. What information will be posted regarding our school safety plans to the public?
The school safety plans are not posted to the public. They are kept private, and that was in lieu of a school shooting where they actually used the school safety plans in order to commit the act. So we do post them with law enforcement and the fire department, and then we post them internally so that we can use them in case of an actual emergency.
And then how are staff trained on the new updates to the safety plan?
So usually at the week of welcome, we will run through, especially with new staff and existing staff, any changes in not only the safety plans, but any other legislative update.
Any other questions?
What's our obligation to families to know any of the details within the plan since they're not published, or is it just our obligation to tell them we have one that meets the requirements of the law?
I don't know the total question or the answer to that question. I think it's a great question. So I'll find if there is any obligation that we have to families other than having them and then having them here in locations where they're accessible to staff so that we can actually use them in the event of emergency. But I will look into that.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions, discussion? All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any no? Any abstention? Okay, hearing none, item F passes. G, local control accountability plan, LCAP mid-year report. 1, Saddleback Valley, 2, South Orange County, and 3, the middle school. The local control and accountability plan provides details regarding actions and expenditures to support pupil outcomes and overall performance pursuant to the California Education Code section 52060, 52066, 47605.5, and 47606.5. It is recommended the Board of Directors approve action item G 1 through 3. May I please have a motion?
Make a motion.
Thank you. May I please have a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion or summary that you would like to?
Do these get filed somewhere and not why we're doing mid-year plans?
Yes. Well, it's a great question because so the local control and accountability plan, it's when you think about our organization or any public education organization, you think of it like a brain. There's a left side and the right side. One side being program and how we implement and develop those programs, and the other part being budget, right? So this is a joining of both of those forces, or both sides of the house. When we start to develop our plan for our education, or meeting those different goals through the year, there are dollars that are assigned to it. Through the year, obviously, as you guys know, budgets are living, breathing organisms. And like life, they're not always linear. Sometimes there are changes. So with the LCAP mid-year report is essentially a statutory report from the curriculum side of the house. We say, hey, like per our planned education or our educational plan, how are we stacking up to what we budgeted? And there we can delineate, okay, like if we made some changes here, maybe we thought in the spring of the prior year, we were gonna do something and it changed. So in terms of a statutory report, that's something that comes every year through every local education agency in the state of California.
We didn't do it last year, but
Well,
this year we are meeting that obligation.
Yeah, and also there's other fiscal years where it was suspended like during COVID and yeah, there's a couple of years when it didn't happen. Like most things in the legislature, the laws change frequently on how we're reporting, what percentage we report. And so whatever is being pushed out through our oversight agencies, the Orange County Department of Education, we abide by those guidelines.
So I'm sorry, what are we getting asked to approve?
It's just been mid-year update to the LCAP plan.
Is there supposed to be an attachment in candidates?
Yeah.
You know, that's.
Oh, it is not on there.
Hmm.
It is, we need to really make sure that, things are in both the board folder and, because there's other things that were not in the board folder, but on the public site and vice versa.
Okay.
One more question, just for anyone else. LCAP planning is a 3-year plan, and where are we in that 3 years?
We're at the end of the 3-year cycle, so the plan that we are developing now is going to be on a somewhat new template, not drastically, and then it'll be the next 3 years.
And so when is this due? To make sure it's all posted and finalized.
It should be in February,
Mhm.
but we can continue it to March.
Okay. I do think it's important for our entire LCAP to
Yeah.
be posted publicly.
Okay, so you require.
It's actually in the, I'm sorry, it's actually in the board
Oh, it's
folder.
just-
It's in the board folder,
Yeah,
but it's
Yeah.
not posted for
Yeah,
public
sorry about
consumption.
that.
Okay, so would someone like to amend it to have this tabled until all documents are for next month?
I'll do that.
Okay. Can I get a second on that? I will second that. Okay, so the revised motion is to actually table this action item because not all the LCAP mid-year reports are public posted on our website. Okay, that being said, all those in favor can please say aye.
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 I
gave it.
Okay. Any no's? Any abstentions? All right, with that, we table, item G. Item H, the 2026-2027 student calendar, is recommended the board of directors approve action item H. I believe we actually have a request to,
Request to table this until survey can be sent to families for their perspective on how the calendar should fall.
so you're making a motion for that to table it? May I please get a second?
Second.
Okay. All right, any other discussion around that?
Well, I'd like to just discuss, I mean, I just heard a proposal about a survey, but I'd like to, a whole process established if we don't have one. Because certainly that's one avenue of input that should be considered. But also there could be other factors that it's not gonna be just one stakeholder group able to decide, I don't think. Right, so it's like, how are we gathering input and weighing out all the different factors we have to consider when setting an academic schedule?
Well, in the past, they've done it through strategic planning. They include it in the OCAP, is what we were discussing. So staff also had input on that too.
And I think it's even also looking at, where do we align versus our neighboring, and, some areas believe you should do a school weeks or a ski week, some don't, just looking at all the factors on, how it all works.
Just with others, we're not gonna be able to please everyone, but we will do our best to gather as much input as possible and make it the most accommodating as possible through a fair process. Cool.
All right, any other discussion? All right, all those in favor, please say aye for tabling this.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any no's? Any abstentions? All right, this item H is tabled. Next is items for consent. Items listed under the consent are voted on by the board in one motion. There is no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless a member of the board or staff requests specific items to be pulled from consent. Before making a motion, would any member like to pull an item from the consent calendar? All right. It is recommended, the executive director recommends approval of all consent items following approval by the board. Each item shall be deemed to be considered in full and adopted as recommended. May I please have a motion?
Make a motion.
Okay. All right.
Did we double check right now that all these items are attached?
Yeah.
Okay,
I would like to make sure that moving forward, the personnel report is also in our folder. It was not in our folder. So the ones we are consenting on: A, executive director. 1, approved minutes of the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Board of Directors, January 9th, 2025. 2, approved minutes of the special meeting of Oxford Preparatory Academy, February 12th, 2025. B, the chief business officer 1 personnel report. 2, the registrars, December credit card register, December check register. 3, January credit card register. 4, January check register. Next is revised Irvine Ranch Outdoor Education Center field trip, Saddleback Valley. The overnight field trip to Irvine Ranch was originally approved at the August 15th, 2024 regular board meeting for 75 students to attend at a cost of $34,425. An updated invoice is reflected an increase of students attending from 75 to 82, increasing the contract to a renewed total of $37,638. 4, revise the Irvine Ranch Outdoor Education Center field trip for South Orange County. The overnight field trip to Irvine Ranch was originally approved at the August 15th, 2024 regular board meeting for 70 students and to attend at the cost of $32,130. An updated invoice to reflect the increase of students attended from 70 to 82, increasing the contract to a new total of $37,638. All right. With that, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any no's? Any abstentions? All right, our consent items have passed. Next, executive director's report.
I was gonna make it short and sweet, but it was a treat to go see all the Lunar New Year celebrations and the assemblies that they had, which was, pretty amazing. So anyway, it was very fun to see all of those things.
Thank you. All right, next, board of directors reports. We'll start at the end, Dr. Shaw.
Just thank the chancellors for their presentations this evening. That's very much great.
Start with the loop.
Go ahead.
From Tyler.
Thank you for the state of OPA. It's really a nice addition to have all of that information given to us. And thank you, Mr. Warren, for his presentation at the finance committee.
I'll just add, I've been out and about at different events, including the parent information nights, a couple of them. I always enjoy seeing the staff and students in action. So thanks for all the continued really high quality events. And then congrats again to all the award recipients tonight. These types of board meetings where we get to recognize staff or students or our volunteers, they're my favorites. So grateful to be a part of that tonight.
I would just concur with what my board mate said and add, it's exciting to see how well our lottery is going and just to see the energy of everything from the amazing work that our teachers are doing to our staff and it's just amazing all the hard work that everybody's putting in to make OPA a special place for our students.
All right, with that, we will recess to closed session at 9:58 p.m.
Good evening and welcome back from closed session. The meeting is reconvening to open session at 11:15 p.m. There is no report of action taken in closed session. Next item, moving to adjournment. It is recommended the Board of Directors adjourn the regular meeting of the Austin Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on February 20th, 2025. May I please have a motion?
Make a motion.
Have a second. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? Okay, no abstention, any abstentions? No, hearing none, the motion is approved to adjourn at 11:15 p.m.